Well, good morning. It is the 1st of March, 2024. Yesterday was leap day. So there you are. We are just was basically a rotational overnight. There's our close, higher, lower, and here we are. So it's just a point or two above. This is the open. Here's a previous RTH close. Can you see that? Let's just make sure of that. That's a problem with this thing. So here's the close, and here we are. This is the Cloud Notes column, which is pushed by Bookmap. IRT to Bookmap, I'm sorry. This is the full session volume profile, which is from 1700 last night. This is the RTH session, currently yesterday. I will reset here in a moment at 8:30. This muted yellow is the full session volume profile. This is the VWAP, and the mid is down here. I don't reset that overnight. It will reset at 8:30, as will all of these. And this blue goofy looking thing is the correlated market, and that's the NQ, only in relative terms for movement. Obviously, NQ is trading at about 18,000, and we're trading at 5. So, make sure that's understood. We're going to look to open higher in range, I guess, just by a little bit. I have yet to put the statistics over here because I'm a little bit behind. Got held up in traffic on the school run here, but I wanted to get the stream open. So I will do that now. I guess it's going to be higher in range. So it's 83.2 for the overnight VPOC. So we've got 83.2, 2%. The overnight mid is 77.4. These are just this is a study in IRT, and there's only 3 variables: higher out of range, which is gap up; higher in range; lower in range; and lower out of range, gap down. And it's only related to the opening position against close, previous close. In this case, there's about 2005 days. This represents the percentage of time that these different price levels, in this case, the overnight VPOC, was hit in this open configuration, which is higher. There's nothing mystical about this at all. It's strictly statistics and probabilities, which is how I choose to run my world. Now I will try to get some of these others in here quickly. The overnight high is 74.9. Right there. And we're coming up to the open here in a couple of minutes. The overnight low, how low can you go? It's 49.3. And obviously, I enter these manually. I enter these VPOCs and things. Just one note here. The red letters indicate current, and these are previous. This is the overnight. This is the naked volume point of control from yesterday's VPOC. It's this is definitely not rocket science. Previous high is 56%. That would be right here. Yeah. So there we go. I took a trade yesterday prematurely and a late entry, stopped out. So that's where that's at. I guess this is about where we're going to be for now. I'm going to widen this out. I will also activate the multi-brackets, which turns on the ability to trade my risk-neutral profile in package size of 2 lots. And then you have to go over here and implement the trading facility for Bookmap. I do both so that I can initiate the trade with the keyboard and manipulate the stops or targets with the mouse. And there we go. So boom, there we are. Now in a little bit, I will change the IRT charts to regular trading session hours. So we have the multi-bracket configured. We have the trading enabled for both, and we have just opened the day. So here we go. Hook in and hang on, boys and girls. Now I will start to monitor my VPOC, migrating VPOCs. Looks like a lot of quick action here on the open. We have a report at 8:45. There are several market moving reports today, but they are later. Typically, they're at 7:30-ish. But these today are spread around 8:45, and you can see the huge liquidity trailing this thing up. What do you suppose that means? I like to keep this at about, so I can see these grid lines, which is about a 50-cent move over here, half of a point, 2 lots, 2 ticks. Oh, Jesus, I better go back to bed, I guess. The purpose for flagging these migrating VPOCs is that, now remember, this is the muted one, which is the full session, and this is the current session. So pretty quick, this is going to jump up here. Well, as I speak, it jumped up there. And it's, again, this is certainly not magic or mysterious. It's just numbers. When these numbers, this price sits at the highest volume traded price level, period. That's all there is to it. Not magic or mysterious in the least. The reason I flag these is as the day progresses, these will scroll off the left of the screen. I can see them with the trailing yellow on IRT, so that's always handy. But with Bookmap, not so much. I mean, it does track them, obviously, but once it scales off the screen, you can't see where they were. Whereas here, I can see if we're approaching a previous micro composite or volume profile or volume POC, point of control. And I need to have some more coffee, I guess, so I can talk. Yeah. So here we are. We've traded up. There has been no responsive anything yet. The IB, so far, we've got an opening swing up, and that's where we are. Yesterday, I had a problem in the stream not noticing that the screen changes had not taken place, and so I was busy talking about a lot of stuff on Bookmap while the IRT screens were visible. My primary trading machine is on 2 32-inch 4K monitors. I have several, 4 rack and a couple others on the sides, but that's what it is. And for the purpose of this stream, I go back and forth between the two. That's the IRT screens with the multi-composite. Now here we go with the data crap. It says that OBS disconnected and has now reconnected successfully. I don't know whether those audio alerts are coming through on the stream or not, but pretty flippin' loud in my ears. I can say that for you. Hope not. Thought about shutting that stuff off, but if I'm all standing here all focused in the markets and something happens, just like yesterday when I didn't just the OBS and whatnot is on my a 27-inch 1080p monitor vertical just to my left, and I hadn't noticed that it was on the wrong screen. So it's pretty easy for me to get focused and not concentrate. I mean, the purpose of this stream is to have a video journal of my trading, right? And the narration provides what I was thinking, and obviously the video is or the what I'm seeing. But the purpose is trading, not being a OBS wizard or a streaming person or a YouTube personality. So I don't, I do apologize for not having the screen correct, but that's not the point. And I think, anybody that trades understands that. Doesn't make any sense at all. 02 quarter. Hmm. So what now? Our opening swing high was at about 51.10 quarter, and now it looks like we're going to pull back lower. Could be just a rotational kind of day like it was yesterday. Yeah, so nothing to engage in here yet. I'm not that quick to trade. I will kind of, especially when we've got a big number at 45. Uh, so we're trading down now lower, finally approaching overnight VPOC. The IIB low will follow suit here pretty quick. The Cloud Notes column only updates every minute. That's the smallest increment you can set in Bookmap. Obviously, IRT's instant right here, instantly moving. But yeah, that's the way it goes. First your money, then you close, baby. I guess so. Yeah, if you were quick, I guess this test of the mid from the bottom. It's just I don't have any kind of feeling around that. And I think I will stand by for this number and then see what happens for the IB30 and then the IB60, which are a couple of variant statistics that have been cooked up by people in the traders lab. The IB is the overnight high, IB low, overnight low. I mean, it's the initial balance high and the initial balance low, which is nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour. The old stat was very high probability that one or the other would be exceeded either higher or lower in the balance of the regular trading session day, whether it's 1 second after 9:30 or 1 second before the close. Now, somebody in the traders lab did some statistics and determined that the IB30, in other words, the high or low of the first 30 minutes, has a very high probability of being extended either up or down in the second 30 minutes. So they call that the IB30. And then the original old time stat is the IB60, meaning 60 minutes. So there's that. Wow. And so we have a nice swing high, swing low. Just tested. Well, not really. If you look here, the IB high or the value area high from yesterday, about a point away or so. IB low, 3 ticks. Just tested that value and skedaddle out of there back to the top. So that's definitely a tell. And yesterday was not a trend day particularly, so there was in my opinion, there's value area. And here we go down to price check at aisle 3. You see what happens when you don't have to look over here to the left, and pretty quick this would be scrolled off the left, but it's quite obvious that we've come back down to see if this is still too low. And then we'll trade back up or not. Now, there's no real place for me to get on this because there's VWAP, there's mid, there's POC. I need to have at least 3 points to my first obstacle for the risk neutral scale. I'm sorry, 3 points to the to the risk neutral first scale. And I don't trade from the middle out, which is the POC. Typically, unless there's a VPOC migration, which we did have here, but it's just, bouncing back and forth between these two, which is very normal at the beginning of the market because it so requires, now this is 7,500 and this is 62. So 1,500 contract, we're going to be right back up here. And that's essentially nothing. And pretty soon these will be multiple thousands contracts that make to be able to move that. So as the day progresses, the volatility of the VPOC migration is much less. I approach this as a trading business. It's not a video game or gambling. It's a statistical business. So I only take statistically significant setups that have a proper edge, a statistically significant positive edge, which is kind of nice because then you can anticipate the setup that's coming. It's not like it's, got to be in a hurry. When the setup presents itself, take the trade. And the outcome of the next trade is always 50-50, and it's a random environment. So, it'll win or it won't. But with a statistically significant positive edge, you do have a little up, right? That's why it's called an edge. And then I use these targets and percentages, or these levels and percentages as targets. For example, just touched that, but didn't exceed it. I would say it's highly likely we're going to trade through there and down to the value area high and perhaps lower. Which we're going to do here in about a second while I'm busy talking instead of trading. And there it is. Now we have exceeded this statistic by a tick, so it's definitely in the book. This 83% is obviously one of the higher statistics every day. But they can't get this thing into value and make it stick. I don't see the consequence of any number out. Kind of weird. Maybe I had my timing wrong. I don't think so. Let me just check. 845 was S&P Global Manufacturing PMI. And it's a 3-star number. Next up is 9 o'clock. There's a bunch of 9 o'clock stuff here. Manufacturing, SMA, it's all ISM PMI, 9. Michigan at 9. So, yeah. Wonder if I can open that up in my screen captures. Let's see here what we see. I don't know how this is going to work, but I apologize if I'll do this on another screen. Move this over here and see if I can find what I'm looking for. I hope I can. Or not. Yeah, so here's a Here are the numbers. This comes from it's the earnings calendar from investor.com, which I post every morning. So here we are at 8:45, and then we've got all these numbers coming in at 9, and then Fed Walter starts speaking at 9:15 and 11:15, and it's just a wonderful deal. But these Michigan number, which for some reason is now only at 2 stars, has definitely got an expectation to move the market. That's generally considered a big number. I don't know why it's not 3, but whatever. Nobody asked my opinion about that again. So I'm assuming, yeah, that was on the stream. Good. I don't have any of these. The only thing that I do, I only have a couple of programs, as you can see down here below, loaded on this machine because I try to keep it as clean as possible. And that's for a reason. Obvious reason, I should say. They just can't get it to stick in value. If they do get it to stick in value, the chances are it's not a gap rule, but it's, if they can get it to be accepted in value, it's a very good possibility that they'll re-auction across that value. That happened yesterday. Happens frequently, and especially as part of the old gap rules from market profile. If you have a gap up or down and you close the gap relatively early and price is accepted in value, chances are extremely good, high probability that price will trade across that value, previous value. Yeah, and it does happen a lot. Be right back. And what are we going to do here? We keep testing this. I typically really resist diddling in the middle, which is the VPOC is exactly the mid. I mean, it's not the mid. That's right here, the mid of the range, but it is the point of highest volume there so far. So, in other words, that's the most traded price. Seems like the most likely price to get your ass handed to you, to me. And therefore, it's hard for me to, after lots of years of hearing that and being told never do that, I kind of stick to it. So they still have not been able to be accepted in previous value. They did test it. So, yeah. Yeah. I guess this is a case for mean reversion at the moment, where we would be trading from the outside in. And there is enough scale, or range, I should say, for the scale from 01 to 04. Well, that's 3 points. So that would have been a likely long. However, there wasn't any real trigger. It just bounced down and took off. Triggers typically down, up, test, exhaustion, and back up. I mean, as I stand here saying that, and it trades right back to the mean reversion. So shows you what I know. But I definitely have a few principles that I try to stick to. For example, this is not a video game, it's a business of statistics. I already talked about that. And the primary objective of any trader is to be able to trade tomorrow, which means account preservation. So if I have a question or an error, I'm going to try to always err on the side of not losing any money. In other words, if I'm not sure about a setup, or I question this or question that, or I'm not clear about that it's the criteria of a vetted setup has been met, then I don't put the trade on. I try to stay away from, I actually have an error code for taking breakout trades, because though they get your juices flowing and your monkey mind going, they are not that profitable consistently for me, and I know they are for other people. And this is only my opinion and my thinking for my own trading. I'm not saying what I do is right, or that there is a right way, or that there is a wrong way. But, because, obviously Richard Dennis's turtles traded breakouts and they made millions of dollars. Works for some people. It just doesn't seem to work for me. And it looks like everything is correct here. Now, remember, or to reiterate, this brighter yellow is the current RTH session here, VPOC. And this more muted yellow is for the full session, which is from 1700 last night. Now, pretty quick, when this volume, which is 8,700, exceeds 10,900, these two will align. And obviously the full session, there we go. And there it was. Right there. And wow, there's the number at 9. There you go. Then how would you manage that risk? Impossible. This is the reason most prop shops and professional traders don't trade numbers. And in, RMT trading, rear view mirror trading, yeah, no kidding. I was long here. I got out up here. I shorted at this one. That is the stock and trade of 99.9% of the internet gurus. Anybody, my 16-year-old Vietnamese daughter can come in here and look at historical chart and tell you all about it and tell you all about how you should do it. But do it in real time, First of all, no possible way to manage your risk here. That was essentially one jump, boom, all done. Liquidity vacuum across. You see how the book thinned out? So, and here's somebody fast but got the short, right? So somebody is saying in the book T Lab they shorted up here, and why? Why in the world would you short up there? What's the vetted trade for that short? Absolutely is not one. Yeah, I think I'm gonna not look at the some of these other sites a lot as much as previously. So I'm hoping that the stream is flowing. It seems to be fine. And if you notice right now, the mid and the VPOC are plopped on top of one another. This is, again, the muted VPOC. The current real-time VPOC is here at the previous one and the open, and that's why you don't see it buried under the open flag here. Now it's going to jump up here to developing value area high. So, yeah. Hi, Panda. My beautiful kitty coming over here for a pet. Come here, girl. Come here, big girl. Oh, yeah, big stretch. Yeah, that's a girl. Yeah, that girl. Yeah, we'll lay down. Yeah. Wow, here we go. So now they have still not gotten it to stick in value. Right? And to be honest with you, I don't really see much rhyme or reason to this so far because of the delay. Usually it's nice to have the numbers out of the way at 7:30 ahead of the open. But as I pointed out earlier, we've got speakers and numbers and blah, 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 blah. So now we're in the IB30 realm, which I spoke of earlier. And it's hard to tell where that is because it's right here. It hasn't actually migrated there yet on Bookmap. But this is the low, the RTH. So this is the IB low at the moment. And the IB30 would say that it will be either the IB low or high will be extended in this second 30-minute period. That's the IB30 statistic. And why the hell that's not, let's see, that making sure my charts are on regular trading session. They are. And what have we got? 13 seconds it should export. again. And now we're going to test up there. The VWAP. This is kind of what happened to me yesterday. I was targeting the IB 30. Actually, it was the IB 60 low stat, and I got ahead of myself, or ahead of the market, or ahead of something, and I got stopped out. I don't ever move my stops. I follow my plans explicitly. So, that is what it is. Anybody says they don't take stops, and you probably ought to just turn around and run. About the biggest crock of crap that came down the pike. But so in other words, taking this test up here and looking at the IB low, and the reason I'm not seeing that is the IB low is exactly under the value area high. Sometimes you can get that to come out. Sometimes you can't. And I don't know a way to have that. When the statistics are aligned on top of each other, what do you do? And here you can see exactly that. This is the IB high and the value area high and low of yesterday. And here's the IB low, and you'll notice that it's exactly on top of the value area high. So that's where that is. That's how it works. Real simple. It's all of this, whistles and bells and numbers and stuff is maybe a bit intimidating or seem kind of overwhelming, but it's just real simple, basic stuff, and certainly not out of anybody's ability to understand or to implement, I don't think. Trading is it's not easy, but it's basically very simple. Most indicators and all that crap try to make it real complicated, but it's a percentage business. If you have a vetted trade, which means you've got a statistically significant sample set of, say, 50 identical trade setups, they got to have the same open type, the same variables, the same context, the same stop, all those things to make them equal so that they can be compared. And you identify that you have a positive expectancy or edge, then you take every instance that trade presents. And the law of large numbers brings the money across to your table. And the perfect quintessential example of that theory and philosophy is game theory from the point of view of a casino. They do not gamble. They know exactly what the percentage is for blackjack. They deal every hand exactly the same. Same cards, same number of cards in the shoe, same payout rules, same everything. And their whole objective is to take as many samples as they can, and they deal them as fast as they can, 24/7, 365. And the law of large numbers pulls the majority, that percentage edge manifests in their bank account. And all you got to do is look at a casino or go to any casino town and ask yourself who you think is making the money. That is what it is. And someone can argue about that, but I'm convinced that's it. And it's not a unique philosophy of mine. It's one that's shared by a lot of statistically profitable traders and big outfits, Goldman Sachs, Knight, Citadel. So that's what they do. And here we go for the IB high. You see how that works? Now we will probably take out, it hasn't gotten there yet. Chances are extremely good. The IB 30 will be pushed to the top side. And a minute ago, we were looking at the IB low thinking, where is that? Because let's target that. It happens way more than once. It has not happened yet. But you see where we are. This is rotational. There's apparently an up skew, but is there? We're rotational. We've extended up. We haven't extended down past, after 9 o'clock. And we haven't taken out the IB high. Close. We haven't extended the IB 30, which is this will continue to move up if price does, as will the IB low continue to move down until 9:30. Then they are set in stone and no longer move. But the IB 30 says that we will extend the IB one way or the other in the second 30 minutes. And we got within kissing distance up here of this one, but we did not extend it. And we came off the IB low, at 9 o'clock thinking we were going to go down there. So that's the problem with a high news day. And I will probably very, very likely not take any trade. Simply because it's that, it's a news day and lots of Fed speakers and I'm real conscious of maybe over controlling after a loss. And I realize that taking one stop is, out of thousands of trades is pretty stupid, but it bothers me. I don't like to lose. And, I think, what did I do wrong? How did I do that? I analyze that trade, and that's the only way I know of to learn. I was a pilot for a long time, and I've sailed boats and done stuff. And where if you make a mistake, you're dead. So, I approach the market pretty much the same way. I guess that's how I've approached most things. But I was a general contractor, built custom homes and stuff. It's not quite as much, but I mean, you do have to be careful and you have to be very methodical about your planning. So it all fits in, I think, to the trading life or trading world or something. And now we're testing up to that IB high again. Going to extend this. This is the micro composite. And by doing that, you see these green lines are now reflecting the high volume areas in the micro composite. This is the POC of the micro composite. It has now moved up a little bit because it was here. It's now 53. It was 52.75. And these green lines will now you'll now notice them being pushed by Bookmap right here. And we could move this up. You see, it was at 0375. It's now 04. Am I right? I'm sorry, 01. I've got that wrong. The micro composite VPOC is 5102. So I've got that wrong. I'll fix that right now. There we go. Boop. There we are. And I did that by just looking over here at the micro composite VPOC, which there you are. Yeah, so we have yet to push that IB 30 stat. Isn't that funny? We've tagged it about 3 times. And here's another one. This is the all-time high on the adjusted data at 51.23. And there we finally got our IB30. What the hell's going on here? Doesn't, there we go. Let's say this didn't look right. Now we're back in business. Yeah. So, this crap news junk is out of the way. Yeah. So let's see what we've got going on here now. First of all, I've gotten wound in too tight, like usual. So easy to do here. This thing, book map. For me, I lose perspective, or my perception of perspective, I guess is a better way to say that. Oh, crap is annoying. How do you bet that trade? I've got these up here because they're at the same spot, right? And I wanted to be aware of the fact that they were both here. I guess I could have put one of them over here, maybe. But then at the end of every night, or every regular trading session close at 1400 or 1600, I clear the notes column for the next day. So this would be gone. This is the mean composite high, and this is the all-time high. But they're at the same price. Micro composite high, that this here, which is nothing mystical or scientific. It is just regular trading session day bars, 1 day each bar. And if price overlaps, it's within the same micro composite. If it jumps out or gaps up or down, just as this did here, and got out of this one, well, then I start drawing a new one. Simple as that. And that's the theory behind it. It's certainly not the slingshot effect to Alpha Centauri. It's just plain old stuff. His mom is my ex-wife, so. It's them, his bomber. It's Miss, and it's my ex-wife. It's my ex-wife, so I suggest being extremely careful. And so now what the hell are we doing? I don't know. We're going higher, baby. They're looking at that all-time high. So this brings up a part of my trade plan, which is don't trade against the trend, right? So at this moment, in my opinion, the context is pretty clearly up, at least now. Was rotational, and now we're breaking out to the upside. So I would be hard pressed and won't take a short at this point. Because that would be a counter rotational trend, even though this looks like a good short right here. And it's got a long way to go down here to the mid and the VWAP and the VPOC, right? But it is basically a counter trend trade. And so, not high probability. And then the next guy will say, well, it's a mean reversion. Well, is it? I'd say that all-time high and these price levels up here are pretty tempting targets. What are we talking about here? 3 points. And there's you can bet your sweet butt there's some stops living up here. To get on that long, should have been down here someplace, but I'm just kind of spooked with the news and basically the action of the market, to be honest about it. I don't know why this did that, but anyway. And anybody that, was clever enough to take this rejection of the value area high and throw a long on is happier than a pig in the mud, right? I did not do that. And that's a problem I've got to figure out, how I can remain focused in these first couple hours of the market and not pay attention to other stuff that's coming in on my other machines or whatever else, email or Teams crap or something that throws my focus off, and then I lose track of what the hell I'm doing. I guess I need to be quiet and focused. I know that to be the case for myself. And right now, this would be a breakout. So if I was a turtle trader, I'd be getting all excited, but I'm not. We're going to have an IB high, IB 60 stat now present itself in about 30 seconds. And I'm sure it'll get slapped just for the hell of it, if nothing else. And there we go. Exactly on the turn. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Right at the precise second of 9:30, they popped the IB high. They must, the bigger traders and these higher time frame guys must enjoy doing that. I guess just gives them some sort of, I guess that's their version of fun. So clearly now we are up, and this is not a time to be getting short. Even though that's my preference, typically. It is a counter rotation or counter trend, counter context trade. And so Tom likes to describe it as, do you want to be with the retreating army or with the advancing army? Good way to look at it. Tom being reference to Tom B from the Trader Lab, which is a bookmap Discord chat room. The only one that I ever have anything to do with. It is free. You don't have to be a bookmap subscriber. The guy has absolutely nothing to sell. He's an experienced senior trader, and he just shares his knowledge, which is so refreshing in this internet world of bullshit scam guys that can't trade their way out of a sack. Anyway, so yeah, that's there's a link to that Discord bookmap Discord Traders Lab. There's a link in the description here. I highly recommend it. Pretty good crew of people over there, and Tom leads it. So if nothing else, filter out everybody else and listen to Tom. A lot of good stuff to say, and stuff I know to be true, philosophies I know to be true from my experience, and so I suppose that's why I like it, because it resonates with me. He wasn't given some algorithm by Jesus Christ or a guy. You hear some of the most crazy crap. I can't even believe it. I can't believe people would say it. And what's even more important, more shocking, is that people believe it. As some of the stuff is just outrageous. I guess it's kind of like some of the news agencies now, the more crazy, and politicians, the more crazy crap you say, the more a certain group of people, American people anyway, buy into it. Shocks me. Shocks me. So we're flopping around the developing value area high here. We pushed up a high. Didn't get the new all-time or the micro composite. Kind of surprising. Pretty close to the mid or VWAP for me, so I got nothing here to do. I mean, this is the only remote thing I could say is it was a rejection or a bounce off the developing value area high for the previous RTH high, but that's pretty lame. That's a pretty lame thing to do. That's not any kind of edit trade I have. So I missed the IB high trade, which was the a vetted trade that I do have and didn't take. That could have been looked at over here. But there's really, I suppose, no, there we took it right there. So we haven't done anything down here. And this is not really a setup and a trigger. This is just a flush, and then what, Yeah. maybe you could conceivably, if you really squint, you could say that was a mean reversion from this low volume node here up to the micro composite mean, which is here, and then looking for higher. But you need to remember that there's the mid, the VWAP, and both VPOCs below there. So, yeah. Where will we move? When can we move? 20,000. Got a ways to go before this can migrate up. We're at 10,000 down here now, and 7 up here. So a couple thousand contracts, I'll be able to get a VPOC migration up. Need to change the fonts there. Those hard for me to read. My eyes are not getting better staring at these screens. I start about 6 o'clock in the morning and finish around 8:30 or so at the night. So, 12, 14 hours a day. Well, 14 to 16 hours a day. What is macOS? Somebody's asking a question I never heard of. Can I use Bookmap on macOS? MACOS. I have no idea what that is. Maybe it's a crypto thing, or who the hell knows. A lot of random crap. I mean, there's a pretty good focus in the T-Lab. But there's, obviously, I don't know how many people belong over there, actually. There's a bunch of random crap, and then there's a few people that kind of lead the discussions along most of the time. Doesn't take you long to figure out. Separate the wheat from the chaff, though, so that's pretty nice. And Tom does a live stream every day, every trading day, from about 10:30 to noon Central Standard Time, which does it in both Discord and on YouTube. So, yeah, there's that. I would just love to get a nice risk neutral trade off to my targets and get back. It's a great way to head into a weekend. I do have several emails and crap piling up on my other systems, I'm sure. We're in value now, just under the developing value area high and above the previous RTH high, which obviously is right here. Try to make sure I'm on the right screen. That was pretty shocking. The most amazing part of that whole story was I didn't realize it until I was reviewing the stream and putting in the chapters. I didn't even realize it at the time. So that's pretty poor. Pretty poor YouTubesmanship. Or, a testimonial to my focus on the trading screen. Perhaps I think I choose to phrase it that way. I keep coming down here to this low volume area and micro composite back around, but what do we got? 13 to 16, just barely 3 points to the scale. So that would be to the scale. And then, but where are you going? This liquidity at 18, I guess. Right now, they're putting in what is often referred to as a zipper over here because of this consolidation on Renko's looks exactly like a zipper. There's another one. In other words, they're consolidating here on the right around the overnight high and developing value area high at the previous RTH high. So there's a whole lot of crap going on right here. A whole lot of numbers right here. A lot of people with opinions at those prices or levels, I should say. And if you're a breakout trader, you'd be going, yay, let's go. Take that high volume node and bust through this liquidity at 18 and catch us a new high and a new all-time everything and a new yeah. I just don't know and now's probably a time to do that. But I find it a little worrisome. And I would have to list it as an error because that's the way I have decided to do it. And I don't change the plan at midday. And you can see how successful that high volume node pop out would have been. Right now, you'd be sweating bullets. And given the 3-point stop, your stop would be right here, right smack dab in the middle of everything. Why I don't do that. That's one hell of a big delta bubble for 24 contracts, isn't it? I don't know I don't remember how I have these set, to be honest, but let's see here. And I and I don't even know what they are. I don't do it enough. I don't change much. When I get something set up that I think is working for me, there you go. I don't know where the damn bubbles went. I think they're somewhere else, maybe. Yeah, probably here. 3D bubbles and 50 or something, minimal displayed volume. I don't know. I have to think about that. Looks like we're going to get up there and take that new all-time high and a bunch of other stuff. So, the breakout would have been a good trade. And I just don't have the courage or whatever to have taken it off of the developing value area high. That's not something that I have other than, no, it's not actually. But it was a good, well within reason, within scale, within range, and would have been a nice move off of here. This area somewhere when they broke, perhaps when they broke up here and tested back would be the trigger, I guess. And then up they go. So at about 15 to 21, there's six handles with no heat and no obstacles, or nobody left on third. So poor trading on my part. Looking at too many different things, I guess. Through the IB again. So is this going to be now an IB continuation trade, which is a vetted trade, or is it going to be an IBF? Actually, IB failure trades are only really applicable in a mean reversion environment or a rotational, and it seems like we've gotten out of that to me. But let's think of the next one. So we got an IB. Let's say we test back into here, 20, half. Not don't quite have three to the target. We don't have 3 points to the scale at this point. And what's going on in the world of talking Feds, I wonder. So there's nobody talking at 10. There's Walter is speaking. Michigan consumer was 9. Atlanta Fed GOP now, whatever the hell that is. That's at 12. Baker Hughes is at 12, and 12:30 is another Fed. So not sure what to do, to be honest about it. Well, there's something I should have be happy about that I didn't go long when I was thinking about it for the IB continuation trade. This high volume node, I think we would need to get down here to the developing value area high probably to suit me. Where would our stops be? Okay, where's the fuel? Right here. We got a whole bunch of stops living down here. People that are getting long. So I would think that it would be a good idea to see them taken out and then test again and then try for higher. Yeah. It's Friday. It's the first of the month. What advantage would someone have for new high of all-time highs, etc.? I don't know. And we got some liquidity here. Not a hell of a lot, but well, we're going to hit it now and see what happens to it. At the current high of day. And we're going to take that all-time high, I'm sure of it. Well, I'm not sure of anything, but I definitely suspect that, and I'm pretty disappointed that I didn't take this test. But as I pointed out, for me, it would have made a lot more sense to see these stops taken out because I think that's highly, highly likely. And at the top of the hour here, I will move my focus to some other stuff for a bit, but leave the stream up so that I can. My trading screens are always up, and so will OBS be, because I have a commitment to not take any streams off, take any trades off stream. So I did have a couple of instances where I had the stream shut down, and then I would walk in or see something setting up, and couldn't get it together quick enough to take the trade, so I let it go by, and that's kind of irritating. Certainly doesn't sit well with the FOMO concept. But anyway, yeah, we're just irrational exuberance to the max here. We're rotational, and boom, and now rotational and up again. So I guess buy the pullbacks is the concept here. It would have been a nice one. Buy this pullback, buy this one, and be long and heading for this all-time high. And there will be a pop when we get here, and here there's going to be a pop to probably 25. At least 25. Because of the, stops up there and all the trading that has transpired previously. As I believe it. I can't even say I understand it because I don't really have no proof of that other than experience, just seeing what happens when those levels are hit and general understanding of what retail does, which is we're going to find out here pretty darn quick right now. We're going to find out right now. Almost tempted to put it long on because I do think we're going to take that out and it's going to pop to at least 25. So but you see, even including the pop, that's only 3 points. So the scale would be way above the first obstacles. And here we go. New all-time high. And there we go. Out the top we go. Yeah. Disappointing to not be involved. But no FOMO or alteration and mid-trading session alterations to the plan. And the plan is not to take breakouts. And yeah. And 3 minutes to the top of the hour. So we got a new all-time high. There we go. And this one right up above it there, just because that's the way it is. I guess I could change the name. All-time high MC. All ATMC high, I guess I could do that. Typically, they are not the same, obviously, but lately it's been, I don't know, somebody put crack in the water cooler at Traders or MCME or I don't know what. Everybody's bitching about what a horrible economy we have, and we're making all-time highs about twice a month, and we produced more oil in America in the past calendar year than we have ever produced in history. Yes, this is the ES. This is the S&P. NASDAQ is rocking. They're way above 18,196, almost 18,200. So, yeah. Will there be a correction? Sure, probably. But, this depends on what happens with this. What happens with this political crap? I don't know. We're trying to figure a country to move to, depending on the outcome. Lived in Asia for 11 years. Kuala Lumpur was fantastic, but our daughter's going to be graduating from high school next year and college and stuff, and so we're going to want to stick close by. All right, so we popped over 10 o'clock. We've got a new MC and all-time high. And we dropped down to the IB high and then trading back up again. I guess that would have been a nice test. Seems like the minute I go to the bathroom, all hell breaks loose. Forget about it. I didn't even get any water. I just ran close. So I'm not going to take another breakout again, and who knows if that's even going to happen. But this pullback to the IB, I would have been a little apprehensive about stops under the IB, which would have been a moment, but here we are at 20, 23. There's the scale. We haven't gotten a target, but we would be risk neutral scaled, and there was no obstacle. Well, there was an obstacle right here at 23. So that wouldn't technically have been a viable setup. Maybe I need to be less rigid in my rules and my adherence to my rules, but that seems like, if you don't follow your rules, why the hell have them? And here we go. Now those stops that we were anticipating up here are going to get out again. And this is just getting kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. Would have been a nice pop there, 5 handles. And that would have been right up to the target for T2. So I'm going to go on the side here and take care of some other stuff that I see urgent crap going on in other machines. So I'll be right back. how this pretty much sucks. I tell you, the market movement has been just pretty much spectacular here. Pull back to the IB high, developing value area high, and I was not able to get anywhere because I am focused on doing some pretty serious stuff here for month-end closing. So I'm going to shut the stream off at this point. I'm not going to take any trades, as much as I'm disappointed with that and with myself. But when you miss opportunities like this, and a retest back up to an all new high, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, well, I think I think that should be a sign that that I am not engaged with the market properly, and I'm not going to throw money or put account at risk in that context. That's like driving drunk, So I'm going to shut the stream off at this point. So it's not just another 6-hour beauty, or I might leave it run, I guess. What the hell does it matter? Difference to me. Again, I don't take any trades off stream. So in the event that I'm able to get something done, get some of this other crap straightened out, I've had to put a contract together for someone and, things like that. If I can get all that taken care of before the power hour, for example, maybe there'll be a trade present itself. Right now, it's just context is straight up with nice pullbacks. Get on points here. There's a IB high, pull back up. Now this was a substantial move down below the IB high. Came up here and tested to the IB high, so that would have been an excellent long off of the a long continue with it, which is an IB continuation, and taken out off the developing value area high at the same time. So I will let the stream remain on in the event I have time to come back to it and take a trade, but that's highly unlikely. And if not, have a good weekend. Yeah, so we had a VPOC migration finally up here to 5126. Jesus, thing is smoking. And to be honest with you, and now back down again. So, you know, they're just playing with people there. Well, this is a fine how do you do here. I'll tell you, I'm not sure what's more frustrating to watch the market and be wrong or have to do something else and watch the market just zooming off without you. Anyway, there's a million buses and a million opportunities. That's one of the most amazing positives of trading. So, just a quick recap. It's pretty obvious what's happening today, is it not? Which way would you imagine the context is? Up. Any short would be a counter rotation trade, the retreating army, not in the trade plan. And the way this is turning out with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 distributions, it's starting to look like a trend day if they're not careful. This test of the developing value area high is the latest one that happened, and up we go. And we just continued to increase the all-time high and the micro composite high. Every time I look at the charts here, I've got to update everything. This was the last one, so now we're up there. Explained this once before, but I guess what I can do is I'll just change the name here to incorporate both MC and all-time high. Normally, they're not parked on top of each other. Obviously, this is also at this level, but it doesn't do any good to have it hidden, I don't think. I don't know how. I think that's like the third time I've moved it. It's just amazing. And just today, in this morning trade. And yeah, it's still morning, 45 minutes, 15 minutes to noon Central Standard Time. Crazy. Pretty crazy. And pretty much the same story for the NQ. So, yeah. I guess any one of these opportunities, well, obviously, RMT, right? Rearview mirror trading. Anytime, just any plop, just pick a spot and go long. Pick a pullback and go long. Any one of them. And away you go. That's the beauty of rearview mirror trading and why so many gurus sound so great on YouTube or wherever. See how many of them will actually trade the live market in front of you. I do that because I have taken a trade today, but my trading is all live on this stream. Because the purpose of the stream is my trading journal. So I can hear what I'm thinking by my narration, and I can see what I'm seeing. And there can be no question the transparency or the accuracy or whatever of the trades because they're right in front of everybody's nose. And I would just love to have been able to get a nice trade off today. Put a few slices of pizza in the fridge for the weekend and, had a nice close to the week. And boy, it certainly was a day for that. This, when we took out the IB high right here and then tested down, or even if you want to be real technical, test it here. There's a beautiful move. You'd still you would actually still not be stopped out over here and could actually still be riding it, but there's a second IB continuation right here, which is about 12:30-ish. I'm sorry, 10:30-ish. Hour and 15 minutes ago. And boom. No heat, no muss, no fuss, and up you go. Pretty amazing. It looks like they're going to do it again. They can't get enough of this up crap. I guess. Can't get enough of that up, baby. I have to start thinking, or I don't have to start thinking. I am continually thinking, okay. As we all know, futures trading is a zero sum game, right? So for every buyer, there's a seller. And typically, the retail people are the ones that drive these moves or are all over them, like go with euphoria, long. And so the whole way up, the whole way up here, somebody's been selling to these guys. Probably a higher time frame because retail people don't have deep enough pockets to be putting out that kind of inventory. At what point are they going to go, it's Friday, thank you very much, bloop, and just hammer them? That's what nobody knows. That's what I don't know. And that's always the nagging question in my mind about these kind of days is at what point, and here we go for another all-time high, if I just shut up and put a long on down here when we test the bottom of this little micro composite and call it a mean reversion to the upside. Well, I'd be 5 points in the money, 6 points in the money. And here we are at a new high of day and yada, 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 That's the place to get on these pullbacks rather than breakouts. You could get on this pullback right here and put your stop 2 ticks underneath it here if you wanted to not use I stick to a rigid trade plan. 3-point stop for both contracts. First scale at 3 points, and then the second target can be changed. But if you wanted to have an asymmetrical trade, here you are. You go long here and put your stop at half of 2 ticks underneath. We get taken out. You did. You could call this exhaustion. There's 25 stops out and one. Nobody left. No sellers. Buyers starting hitting into it, and up you go. So that's kind of the way I think to look at it. Yet again, as I said earlier, at what point on a Friday afternoon are the retail guys going to go, are the higher time frame guys going to go, well, thanks so much. Have a lovely weekend. We're going to take your money now and go get hammered or whatever they do. But there you go. And I am very definitely rear view mirror trading here. I mean, I'm trying to analyze what I should have done by looking in the rear view mirror. For example, this outside in mean reversion-y kind of a thing going on here for these continual highs. Basically, in an uptrend like this, there's only one real way to do it, and that's keep getting on the pullbacks. In my case, I saw this VPOC migration, but I was unable to act on it because of distraction, in a meeting doing something else. But that was, I noticed this, I recognized that I talked about it, that here's a VPOC migration, and that is a structured trade. Now, if I was on there at 26, there's 10 points, and there's 0 heat. That's the beauty of the structured trades, which have been vetted, and you can anticipate it. I had been anticipating this VPOC migration for a long time. unfortunately, I was, from clear back here. And it finally happened. Let's see how far back that goes. Right there. That's the open. That's before. Well, it's just 9 o'clock, so that's at the when we had the IB30, and when this migrated, on the stream, I don't exactly know what time. I didn't put a timestamp on it, but I narrated that was VPOC migration, and I commented on how this little dipsy doodle here happened, and that was a get on spot, and I should have just hit into it. I got to figure out a way to manage. I'm not a good multitasker, I guess, because if I'm talking and thinking and doing a contract or a presentation and on another machine and something happens here, I'm not handy at doing both, or I'm not comfortable doing both, and I don't want to. I'd rather do one good than screw up two. But in this case, that was I very clearly recognized that, and it was a trade. Absolutely. There you have it. Straight freaking up for 10 points. Nice trade. Nice way to end the week. But, RMT, rear view mirror trading. So easy to do and sound convincing about it. That's why I think it's so important to only take trades on the stream, live, real time. And that's what I do. Yesterday, as a result, because I've been pretty busy lately, I haven't taken but one trade this week yesterday and stopped because I was early and not quite focused, and the trade certainly went the way I had it planned, but not. I was just early at the game on I'd be looking for an IB60 low, and then again today, recognizing this VPOC migration, but not acting on it because I didn't have full attention. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, baby. Yeah, irritating. And here we go again, man. This is getting old. Okay, I give up. I'm going to change this now. ATH MCH. Oops, wrong keyboard. MCH. I think I'll just get rid of that. See if that fits. Not exactly. Okay, so we'll get rid of the MC. I guess we got to know that it's the MC high. It's the all-time high. There you go. And then I'll just let this one float along underneath as it. It'll be pretty soon. That'll be what I need, right? It'll continue to quit doing that. I hope at some point. Anyway, yeah. So there we go. And anything you would take out of here as a short is just, counter trend trade and calling the top and all that crap. Would have been a stellar morning for trading. That's for sure. This will be a real great day that I will. One of the real nice features of Bookmap, if you got it, there's a little tick box that you initial or that you tick when you log on that says record orders, and I forget what the exact wording is, but it will record your orders, everything that happens, completely in for however long the recording lasts. I started at 1700 each night, and it runs 24 hours until 1600 the next day. Monday or Sunday through Friday. Now tonight I'll turn it off probably tomorrow morning after I've had a chance to look at it, but that's how I do it. And then and by doing that break each day, each full session, is broken up so that you can go back and it replays in real time, or you can speed it up or slow it down, and everything is exactly as it was when the day played out. Usually, I mean, yeah, once in a while there's a hiccup, but that's really great. You can trade it. You can trade on it just like a sim account or whatever. The trades that you have placed in real time will pop up and be there, and the lines will be there, and everything exactly the same. Now, there was a little hiccup I noticed last time I did that with a trade, and where I had placed a trade live. The trade lines and stuff that you normally see weren't there. They were only there for a minute or some silliness. Let me see if I can grab that for you. Yeah. This is the stop out from yesterday. But you see these lines. This is the entry. This would be the first scale. This is the first target, and these are the stops. Well, those lines weren't holding the last time, but they should be. It should look exactly like this when you come by it, when you replay it. So there you go. That's a real great feature, I think. Like today will be a great day to. I haven't paid enough attention to really remember the levels and stuff. Obviously, this epoch migration I'll remember, but to really remember the levels where the changes and the swings were. So I will replay that with IRT minimize or shut down, so I can't cheat, and trade it, for practice and hone my observation for structured trades, anticipate where they're going to happen, and then look for the trigger and basically just practice, right? And let me see what's happening now. I'm not busy talking a lot. Yeah, it's just a lovely, actually lovely swinging trend. Pull back, uptrend, pull back, uptrend, about as textbook, I guess, as you could get. Okay. Now where am I? Let me see. I'm probably kind of confused now. I got too many god dang things going on at the same time. It's 12 o'clock, noon Central Standard Time. Okay, so I'll check and see what's going on in this world. Up here. Uh-huh. And I know what this crap's even about, some of it. Excuse me. I gotta get that duo thing, Roadcaster, or whatever it is, where I can just have a button for muting. I can use the M on my keyboard depending on where I have the focus. If that makes any sense to you, to me later. Ah, come on. Where's my damn? I got 3 keyboards, 2 mice, 3 machines, you know, and a partridge in a pear tree. I mean, I get so confused. I'll have one mouse moving and typing on the wrong keyboard. And yeah, I liked it when I could just focus one thing at a time. I probably mentioned it. Now, here we go, some more highs. Son of a fuck! I'll tell you that VPOC migration was just absolutely the bee's knees, man. Look at this damn thing go. Wow. Yeah. So at any point in time, if I'd have had enough hair on my ass, I would have just thrown on along. You know, that's the problem with RMT, rear view mirror trading. It's so easy to look back and spank yourself, but I didn't have what I feel like. What is this? The only thing that I can remotely say this stuff is right here would be a half-assed version of mean reversion, which, and this is not mean reversion. Here's the mean. This is mean reversion to a microcomposite high volume node and also the current high volume node. So that you could sort of say that, right? The last trade in my books is this VPOC migration right here, which I did not act on. That is a problem for sure. Should have definitely taken that, but I wasn't fully engaged or able to be fully engaged, and so I did not do that, even though I called it out and talked about it here on the stream at the time. So I don't think that's an error. I think that's part of my plan. You know. And I guess they're looking at 39.40 would be my guess here. That's the pretty sizable liquidity sitting up there. There's obviously no targets up there because we keep throwing up the all-time high. So, and the second I just go, out of hell with it, I'm going to take a breakout and go long. You watch the thing come back to the POC. That's how it works. I forget what the word is. There's a word for the human brain's facility to look for patterns and kind of manifest them, even if they may not really be there. I guess that's a result of our monkey mind back in the day when we needed to see if something was standing in the shadows that was going to eat us later. I guess, the DNA and yeah, we're definitely into the trend story now. Ironically, it's not really such a hell of a big move. I mean, it looks pretty dramatic, but it's only 36 points, right? This is 5101 is the IB low. And here we are at 5137, current high. So it's 36 points, right? I mean, sure, I would have been tickled to death to throw a long one over here and you would not have been stopped out the whole way up. But it's not like the NQ or something where you'll have, well, here's a perfect example. Here's the NQ. It's 300 points, 1893. Now 200 and change to 300 and 308, That's the reason they call it the snake. I traded the NQ exclusively for a long time, many years anyway, a few years. I don't remember just how many. And got where I was able to do fairly well with it, but it's completely different. It doesn't observe, it'll slide past levels. Here's a perfect example, it'll jump around like, this little pullback from the IB high to the developing value area low is 40 points. This little pullback right here is more than the entire range on the ES today so far. So, you have to keep that in perspective. You can get your stops, your swings, all of those kinds of things to do with trade management. And that's why I'm so much more comfortable with the ES and the risk neutral setup in package, 2-lot package, and trade as many of those packages as you want to trade. But that's, it's so relieving psychologically when your risk neutral scale goes off, and it's such a good feeling to have the trading business established as a statistical probability business with vetted setups, so that you can sit there and as I was over here going, well, yeah, here's the IB, or here's the micro, the POC migration. Jeez, I can't talk. And that is a structured vetted trade. Now, I didn't take it because I'm a dummy and I was not good at, I was doing something else. And so I didn't. And there you go. But I was waiting for this. It's not like, oh, God, there it is. I was waiting for that. And that's a setup that I know. Same way with the IBs. IB high, IB 60, IB 30, IB, that kind of thing, There's also VPOC or mid to VPOC, VWAP or mid to VPOC, for example. If price was down here somewhere underneath and we get up in here, it's a very likely possibility that we're going to trade back to the VPOC, which is basically a mean reversion. So yeah, that's the way I think trading is for me. Makes more sense psychologically. I just need to get off the fence and take advantage of those. And obviously you got to let your winners run. I have no problem with all that crap about moving my stops out and doing all those things. I don't do that. If stops get hit, they do. But I have to work on trade management and entries a little better, so that I can get a better, more opportune entry, which puts my stops at less risk. And then after the scale, manage, I don't know, say manage better or manage differently, so that I get more of the meat off the bone, so to speak. And, other than that, trading live and real money. And so there you go. And we're in the throes of the lunch hour now. There's a 12 to 1 stat that I never remember. It's got something to do with if we make a new high over 12 to 1 and the market is not is directional, then we'll make a new one after that or some damn thing. I forget. I don't know. It isn't one of my, needless to say, it's not one of my vetted trades. So, all right. So, are you going to work your book map or what are you going to do? See if I'm right. That was my. That's obnoxious noise. Oh, another. Another. Yeah, I'm right. Another, whatever it is. Migration here. Wow. But now I'm not comfortable taking that at this point because we're really high and it's noon. Now that I'm standing here front and center watching this, we had this VPOC migration. I flagged it. Oops. Flagged it incorrectly. Flagged it. Excuse me. I'm a little bit leery to take it, frankly. Not sure how to think about it. VPOC migration to the all-time high of the day, all-time high and high of the day, and a bunch of other crap. I don't know what to think. And there they go. How the hell did that happen? What is that actually? Wow. That's pretty weird. Oh, that's okay. This was, I thought this dropped back down again. This is the full session VPOC coming up here to align with the current session. Yeah. Jesus, developing value area highs up here at the top. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. The developing value area or migrating VPOC is not a mechanical trade. You have to sort of have some common sense about what the market is doing in general. And in this case, I'm leery as hell because here we sit at look at all the numbers plopped up here. How many more times are we going to keep adding a new high, all-time high? And where's it going? 40, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I would kind of hate to have been disciplined all morning through these reactions and then get, banked over the noon hour. Then it might just keep going up and I'll go, son of a bitch, why didn't I take that VPOC migration? Yeah, so now they have gone up, haven't really hit many stops, tested back down again. So this, you could say, was a valid VPOC migration trade based on this test. Okay, 39 and 3, so this and there. But I'm still pretty leery about this up here. First of all, it's 36 to 38. That's 2 points. So there's not enough range to this first scale for my are you asking a question? And that's not to say that it's not going to go blowing through there and take off, up to 44. But I have to try to hold the line. And that's what I'm going to do. Yeah, so this is pretty magical here. And if they can get going, well, then I'm going to be disappointed that I didn't get in over here. And here I am, disappointed. Utterly disappointed. And why is that liquidity filling in below it? That's kind of interesting. Wow. 1,024 contracts filled in below. That doesn't make any goddamn sense at all. That doesn't make any sense. When this filled in red, there was 1,024 contracts over here. That must have been a fat finger or something. Ah, man, it's so disappointing. Another pop and VPOC migration working out, but this test, there was not scale to the obstacle. So, So there you are. To 40. And I'm sure there's guys, Tom, and probably other people that are long from down around 15, I guess. Just disappointing as shit. It isn't. I'm not one of them. But I really don't know what to do in this case. That was my VPOC migration. And I guess, the problem is it didn't qualify for a trade because it was not within the parameters. And it didn't get in the parameters until here when this pulled. I know what to do about that, actually. Well, stop bitching and shut up, I guess. Be a good thing to do. And how the hell did I type that? Yeah, this is just frickin' maddening. Actually, look at how many I've lost track of how many times I've moved this damn thing up. Uh, well, it started out down here at 23, so we're up 40 points, 20 points above the previous devious. Okay, here we go. Now I got a signed thingy from everybody here, so that's just magical. Yes. Yeah, so it appears this Energizer Bunny can't quit. Pretty amazing. I still stick by my guns. I missed one good trade, of course, but this was not didn't qualify because of the there was enough range to the scale. And I suppose there will be some squaring up, maybe profit taking ahead of the weekend. This is Friday. I'm going to try to get back here for 2 o'clock. looks to me like we're going to be in the same boat as usual, where they slop this around here at the 2 o'clock, and I have to leave at 2:30 for the school run. So yesterday was just a real bummer. Waited all day for that, and then no sooner did I walk out the office door that it shot up as I expected. Timing's everything. This is getting just crazy over here. 51.50. Wow. Mm-hmm. And we started the day at 51.01, I think. Something like that. I sick. Yep, 51.01 quarter. And now we are apparently rotating around here. Basically, a mean reversion around a micro composite, micro structure, I should say. Not a micro composite. It's just a micro or a fractal. This little beauty here. Boop, boop, boop. You see my mouse? Yeah. So the big opportunity that I missed was this epoch migration right here. That had all of the requirements to meet my whole trade plan. This one, not so much, because the obstacle was in the way. But just, get on here, no heat, and almost 30 points. No, 20 points. Frustrating. And it's Friday, and it's almost 2 o'clock. I would expect some responsive selling, profit, i.e. profit taking, squaring up ahead of the weekend. I'm not sure if I would be able to react into that or not, but I'll be looking for it. And if I see it, I'll try to catch a trade off. But it's got to be something that meets my requirements rather than just a Hail Mary and a breakout or some stupid shit like that, which is always frustrating. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm not sure if it's a my thought process problem or, you know, obviously I was absolutely correct to recognize this VPOC migration. I'll be real interested to hear my narration around that when I replay. Uh, and I very definitely know what I narrated here when it was the second one, but it was not, didn't qualify for my trade plan. You know, it did take off, you bet. But I think that if I don't hold to my rules and my trade plan, then I am not uh, executing my business properly. I mean, you know, in Las Vegas, when did you say, let's just deal 5 cards this time? No, let's you know, absolutely not. They deal exactly the same cards. They'd have exactly the same winning rules. They have exactly the same payout. They have exactly the same number of decks in the shoe or whatever you call that. I'm not a gambler, but I've, you know, been there a time or two to look around, and that's how it works. And all the other games are the same. Uh, I use the one I use blackjack because that's the one I'm sort of familiar with. But you know, that's how it works, and they know exactly what their odds are based on those parameters. They know it's a random environment. They know the odds of winning are 50-50. Yeah, but the law of large numbers makes their edge, their percentage of edge or percentage expectancy, come in their favor. Simple. But if you start changing things around, very definitely have broken the whole thing and negated all the hard work, which so for me, it's not, you know, yeah, it's a lot of fun. Oh shit, I took that, you know, risk. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, yeah. But then, now here we go with another VPOC migration for the full session. And why not? Why not? They're both the same here. I think they both migrated at exactly the same time. That's why this color is a little deceiving because it's very definitely gone out of here. And in a couple of minutes, I am assuming this boy is going to shoot right up here. And we'll probably get, now, again, I'm screwed. There is not enough range between this VPOC migration or the VPOC and the first obstacle. Got to be 3 points, and there is not. So, well, maybe just barely, but it's pretty late in the day. I would expect some squaring up to start happening. A VPOC migration like that at 201. That's suspicious. That's pretty suspicious there. And here's why you don't mechanically take a VPOC migration. I really don't think that longs would be on the table for me at this point because of the time of day, and I'm fully expecting to square up in profit taking, unfortunately. So it would be seriously, I'd have to give long, hard thought to taking a short after a day like this. I mean, somebody's got to at some point, I guess. So I don't think there's anything that I would have except just gambling, breakout or something like that. Trade. So probably gonna just Yeah, I don't know what to think here. I would love to get a short or a trade off. I'd be a little hesitant for a long at this point. Looking at the what we're doing trade wise and the time of day, and it's Friday. My problem, or always lurking in the back of my mind, I should say, is that all of this buying, and well, futures is a zero sum game, right? So for every buyer, there's a seller. Typically, the ones doing the majority of the selling are higher time frame. So if they're selling to all the retail and weaker hands all the way up, pretty soon they're not going to lose money. That's just how they do not lose money. I don't think Goldman Sachs trading desk has had a losing day in a number of years, not quarters, years. Anyway, so they're selling all the way up, and retail are just eating it up, and they're making money. Some of them. And of course, some of them are taking profits off. I'm not saying this is a one-way street, and that there's no stops being, a short stop, of course, is a buy long, and so that also helps. But at some point, all of those big deep pockets are going to want some of their profit back, and they're going to slap a bunch of retail people. Now, it's Friday. Are they going to take their profit? Are they going to sit on these positions all weekend? I mean, I suppose they don't care about that because they don't worry about carry margin, and you know they're in control of the market, so they don't worry too much about holding a position, except for some sort of goofy political event that they can't anticipate. But that's the part that always puzzles me when we get into this late hours of the day after 2, especially on a big trend day like this. You know, what was the point? The point, it wasn't a short squeeze because we haven't been here before. So that's stupid, in my opinion. And maybe it works the other way. Maybe the higher time frame are taking it higher by buying. But who the hell are they buying it from? I can't believe there's enough retail idiots out there that think they're going to pick the top. You know what I mean? That are going to fade the market to get 50-point move and 1.27 million contracts traded. Hey, that's pretty far fetched for me to believe. I don't know what to think. Well, I'm going to think that it's almost 2:30, and I'm sure there'll be a big flipping move like there was yesterday, and I'll be pissed. I just have to figure out something different. Trade ETH, maybe. I don't know. Frustrating. And this situation at 2:30 has got nothing to do with my other irons in the fire. This is, you know, something that's never going to be. I would never uh, put aside or whatever. This is school run for my daughter. So usually and Tuesdays and Thursdays it's for both my daughter and wife. So that's never going to go away for another year. She's a junior this year, so it won't go away until at least another year from now. So I need to. The onus is on me to get my crap together and figure out a schedule. And obviously, the obvious answer is to have the trading and profit in the bag early in the morning in the first couple hours. And then who the hell cares what happened at 2 o'clock? I mean, I can't trade it anyway. So, why would I be? Why would I be? I don't even need to think about it other than point of interest. I guess that's the best solution that I can see at this point. And right up to that, tested up to that value area. Not value area. Well, no, not quite to the value area high, but developing value area high, but to the VPOC. So it in fact was a mean reversion from about 39 if you were really good. But it's just now, only just now scaled. At 40. Did get up here, so 45. Yeah, I don't know. Awful close. Such a big move in the market, but awful close. Every time I look at it, it's close. And I'm sure that is just a reflection of my problem. I still expect profit taking and adjustment, squaring up. And we'll see. We're at 26. Well, my right alarm will go off at 40 here, so I'll hang around, see what happens, just out of curiosity. And here we go. So, what are they going to do? I'm going to start singing to myself here for too long. Boring. I mean, it's not boring. It's interesting to watch, but it's 8 minutes till my alarm bell goes off for the go get the school run going. And sure as hell, that's when it's typically around 1440 to 1450 that the closing pops can happen and the liquidity builds up. So it's frustrating to miss that. Yesterday was shit to stop staying stuck. Say though, it's fucking stupid. Fucking stupid. Hell, this pencil neck is. This joker is. I don't know. He's obviously a friend of yours or Davish. Yeah, so I got to do something here so that I'm more active. That's for sure. Not that I've got any, obviously making I'm going to trade a minimum of so many trades a day is even more stupid, but I have to figure out a way to compartmentalize my other irons in the fire and more responsibility than anything else, and focus with a heightened focus on trading. I was able to do that for so many years because of my time zone. So I never really had to think about it. Interpretation is, of course, always right. Tap us. Sorry. Tap us. Tap us. Tap us. Sorry. Well, this is just a whole lot of god dang nothing. And what's going to happen is, just like yesterday, it's just all hell's going to break loose in about 4 minutes, the 3. Yeah. Yeah. Pretty darn disappointing. They'll be all ready to go and then see what the hell happens. Hang as long as I can. Here I go. And it could be a big whole lot of nothing. I mean, they may wind it right out here and close it. You never know. They might have wanted it up here for whatever reason, and that's where they got it. So that's the big part that I nor anybody else, I think, understands. Big pile of selling here. As far as Delta, it's only 30 pops. These bubbles are Delta. So this is, there was a lot of different selling in here, but it ended up a negative Delta. There's really no excess on the top here, or not much better on the bottom. So, yeah, what are you going to do? There we have it. There's the alarm at 40. I don't know if there's cell programs that kick in or what happens here, but let's see. We'll have a little look-see. Cool. I'll throw in 100 short. Go pick up the kids. Pick up the kids. You're the wrong flavor. Well, I'm running out of time here, so I'm gonna have to kill the stream. This is just, I guess I could leave it running. Problem is, I'll be gone because I can monitor the stream with my phone, right? Which is interesting to at least watch the market. But on the other hand, This is ridiculous. And so I've got a bust to move here, whether I like it or not. Have a great weekend, and it's pick it back up on Sunday night, I guess.